Hello. Today is the 1st of August, so it's the new first day of the new month. Sorry for no stream yesterday. I went to the gym in the morning, and I hadn't gone all week, so it really took it out of me. And then I had to drive for like 3 hours because my mum wanted me to take her to go do some shopping, and my sister needed me to drive her like super far away. But we're here again. Yeah, I don't feel great. My stomach hurts, and I didn't get much sleep. But because my neighbors are doing work on their house, and so they'll like start at like fucking 8 a.m. But it is what it is. I'm alive. It's a new day. I hope you're alive. Every day needs to be a day that you're happy, but it needs to be a day that you're alive. So, and with that, also, I made the worst fucking coffee in the world because me and my sister drink different coffee. She drinks like just regular plain shit, and it fucking tastes awful. Because she puts about like 17 cups of sugar into her coffee. I don't really like doing that. I like sugary coffee, don't get me wrong, but I'd much rather just get like a coffee that already tastes nice, and then I just make it milky. And this isn't that. So I tried putting like chocolate milk powder in it to try and make it like a bit mocha-y, but it just didn't work like at all. I've almost finished it, but I think I'm gonna leave it now because it's cold. So plan for today, I have literally no idea because at the very least when I was drawing like early this week, I had an idea of what I was gonna do, but now it's like fucking hell, I don't have any ideas. Last stream, we also talked a lot about a manga called Witch Hat Atelier, which I've been reading, based on the advice of Vito, who's someone who's been coming to the stream a lot, and I really enjoy it. I think I read like the first 10 chapters, and then I found out that there's an anime that actually came out early this year for it. So what I'm probably going to do is I'm going to get to the chapters, I think it's chapter 24, and then I'm going to watch the anime. And then I think as well as after chapter 24 is when like the first big book finishes. I think they're called like the Grimoire edition or something, which is like the first 3 volumes. And then I'm going to stop reading it on the website that I've been reading it on, and instead buy the Grimoires when I have some money. So that's the plan. Because reading manga in person is a lot nicer than reading it on a screen, in my opinion, but it costs a fucking lot. But at the very least, you get a cool art book at the end of it. Yeah. These streams have really been helping me, like, stay motivated. So I have a bit more of a need to keep going if I stream it. But yeah, I don't know, man. This week's been hard on my psyche. And no one's here. I'm kind of just talking to myself, but anyway. So I guess what we can draw today is we can either draw off Pinterest, or we can just draw from imagination, or we can draw... I'm pretty sure I'm finished with this drawing. I enjoyed it, but I put like 12 hours into it, so I don't really know what to add because I'm not very good at backgrounds. So we finished this at the end of last stream, before we finished up. I really should do more studies, so I guess we can do some studies. We're gonna go to draw. There we go, Sketch Daily. It's a very good website. We're gonna make sure that they're closed though, because I don't wanna get flashbanged on Twitch. We'll put it to no timers. We're not doing that. Fuck it. Alright. Maybe we'll do some Witch Hat Telly, yeah. I don't know. Oh man. But yeah, I've been awake for like 3 hours. I woke up at like 7:30. Drifted in and out of like REM sleep until like 8:30. But I couldn't really fall asleep because my window was open, and like I said, the people were working outside. I don't. This is the thing, right? Because like I get massive waves of motivation, but the issue is that I need to stay motivated. And you know, I'm at this point where I've drawn. I think we've done 3 art streams. At the very least, I've done 3 days worth of drawing, which is like 12 hours. But today's Saturday, and I need to do 20. So that means I have to do 4 today and tomorrow. Because I want to get into the habit of being able to draw for 20 hours every week, at the very least. I guess what we'll do. Okay, let's just do some of these poses. You know, we'll see if the creative juices start flowing, but I'm pretty tired at the moment. So I don't think today's gonna be a day that results in like a drawing that I'm pretty proud of, like this one that we did the other day, but it is what it is. Still need to draw, so I'm gonna grab you. I'm gonna put you over here. Well, let's make sure that I'm sitting properly, because I'm gonna be here for a while. Chair's really far down for some reason. That's gonna have to do. Then we're gonna bring my chair up. Right. I know for a fact this isn't gonna go well. Actually, you know what? Let's do some boxes for a warm up. I like to use a website called Practice Drawing This. I think that I've referenced this site a few times, but it lets you like pick some 3D models that you can pick between, and it will randomly generate them. I like to do this one because it will pick between every single one they have available. And then yeah, we're gonna put the opacity to like 30, I guess. This is just a warm-up. It doesn't need to look good. It just needs to be done quickly. Do, 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 do. I like to do the insides of the boxes as well when I'm drawing them, and then they get like a very simple shade. And then I don't try and go too in depth with making it look the best that it possibly can, simply because that way leads to madness. I just go on to the next one. But the main idea behind doing this is just trying to get your juices flowing a little bit, to get your brain to kind of see those lines that you can reference. And you know, this is a lot harder if you're doing it just by memory. So we're gonna do like if you're just trying to come up with it in your head, rather than using a reference, which, you know, I'm not particularly good at coming up with references by myself, so I do tend to rely on things like this a lot. But you will typically find that when drawing specific things like this, you will slowly start to understand what like techniques that work specifically for you, like where you when you see specific things like this that I'm drawing at the moment, you will think of the best ways to tackle them, which is why it's not bad to think that something looks bad, because when we're drawing something like this, when you draw anything, it's very simple to be very conclusive. You can be very hard on yourself. You can think that, well, if this doesn't look amazing, then you know, what chance do I have? But it's not as simple as that. You are drawing this so that in 100 of these, they will look exactly how the reference image looks, or you can look at it and think, I can't make this look any better than how it looks at the moment. Like, looking at this and then looking at the reference, it's not perfect, is it? But, you know, we're trying to learn about the general, like, kind of perspective of it. We're trying to learn about how to make your lines fluid, which is why I don't particularly advise using, like, stabilization if you're drawing any of these digitally, because stabilization will give you a false sense of not really your skill, but when you use stabilization, you tend to draw a lot slower. You tend to at the very least in my experience, rely on it a lot. The one piece of advice that I can give is when you're drawing like this, it is almost always, for every person that I have talked to, whether that's at uni or just other artists or my lecturers, it is almost always easier to draw downwards than it is to draw upwards. And I'll show that again. So downwards, upwards, like downwards, upwards. Like, it's not as easy as that, but you know, if you're ever struggling with like, man, I really can't make this look, I can't make this hair look good because of the way that you've got your canvas set up. On most drawing software, you can whizzle round the canvas. I have one of the buttons on my, if I can focus it, I have the top button on my pen to set to that. And then once again, so like for instance with this piece, or I guess not this piece, but this particular reference, what you saw there was that I made this one quite long, and then I erased quite a lot of it, which is fine. It's not perfect but you're not meant to make this perfect. It's the same kind of principle where it's like, oh, my line art, my sketch, your sketch doesn't need to look perfect. Your sketch needs to look like it's getting the general idea of what you want it to look like. If I wanted this to look perfect as a sketch, I just go like this, and then I'd use the Clip Studio Paint thing, which lets it stay at a perfect angle. But that's not what you're doing. Because when you draw like that, some of the best art that you're going to see is the best art that you're going to see because of the inconsistencies, not because of how perfect the line art is. Like, when you work on a massive canvas, this is not a perfect drawing. Like, I know for a fact there's things wrong with it and I can improve it and the anatomy's a bit weird. It doesn't matter. When you look at things like the line art and you look at, oh, does this look perfect if I zoom into it? No, like look at these lines, for instance. There's like a bunch here, there's a few little bits out, but then you zoom out, it doesn't matter. That's why you work on a big canvas, because those little imperfections kind of go away, because don't need to worry about it, man. It's like it's like thinking of the perfect drawing. You don't need the perfect drawing because you'll never make the perfect drawing. The perfect drawing doesn't exist. Nobody in the history of life has created a perfect drawing. And you can disagree with me if you'd like. You can say, oh, what about the Mona Lisa or some other douchebag who drew something that you assume is perfect for whatever reason. Someone will find a fault in that drawing. Somebody will find a fault in your drawing. Somebody will find a fault in my drawing. And when you look at art that way, you tend to lose the meaning of it, in my opinion, a lot. Because it's a similar thing when you look at people who hyper analyze TV characters as if they're real people. You know, these characters exist to tell a story, and sometimes not every story is meant to be a good one. Maybe the story is trying to make you sympathize with someone that you don't want to sympathize. That's fine. You are allowed to not enjoy that story for that reason. You're allowed to not want to interact with it. You're allowed to do whatever you want, really. Like, don't put yourself into a bubble. Life is full of annoyances and little things that are just going to get to you. And art, for me, is one of those things that really annoys me. Because art is not one medium. It is not one thing that you can look at consistently and go, yeah, this works because of this and that. Well, sure. But if you told someone else to do that with their drawing, then maybe it won't look as good. We're very philosophical today because I'm just kind of talking to myself. But you can kind of see the general consistency of the lines, like, gradually get better. Because this is something that I've struggled with a long time, where I'm not very patient. I'll jump into things, or I'll only do things once, or I want my things that I'm doing to go perfectly well the first time. It's why I don't particularly enjoy playing most, like, survival games that, like, lose. This is coming off my head because I'm thinking this is, yeah, it's a Minecraft crack. So I've been playing Minecraft ever since I was a kid, and ever since I was a kid, I played on survival. I played on survival, and I made sure to play it on normal difficulty and have the intended experience of, you died, you lost literally all of your loot. But something that I realized recently when I started my Forever World that I put loads and loads of hours into, I was building this house. I was really happy with it. And I spent hours on it, just like making sure that it was exactly how I wanted it to look. And I decided, okay, this looks good, but there's one particular block that I want to go get, that I can only get in the Nether. And, you know, this is, you know, I've beaten the game at this point. Like, I have good enchants. I've done all of the progression that I'm probably going to have to do, apart from, like, making, like, farms, I guess. But then I died. I died in the Nether. I lost all of my stuff. And I couldn't get it back because I was too far away from my portal to get back there in 15 minutes. Because I only had one elytra, and that was on my person at that time. And something that I realized from that experience was the fear that gave me when I was about to die was not the reason as to why I was playing the game. And although it's the intended experience, it's you know, you die and then you lose all your stuff and you have to replay it. To me, that isn't fun. And you can disagree with me. You can say that's fun, and that's fine. I'm glad that you enjoy the game like that. But putting in all those hours. I'm looking at this reference. I have no idea what's going on with it. It's really weird. It doesn't matter. And I realized, oh, I don't want to put in all those hours to get my stuff back. And I haven't logged in since. I died and I just dropped the game. And I think about all those hours that I spent playing in that world, and I think back really fondly to it. but those moments, it's why I didn't really mesh well when like the warden and stuff like that was added, because just adding something that's meant to make me feel scared is not why I play that game. If I wanted to feel scared and I wanted to feel like a rush of panic just before I die, I'd go play Project Zomboid. Because I enjoy Project Zomboid. I understand that when I start a save on Project Zomboid, my character will die. And I'll lose my stuff. And it works the exact same as Minecraft, where you can just make it, you can just respawn and go get your stuff. You know, you lose your skills, which I think is a bit, which is different. Like the design philosophy behind Minecraft and Project Zomboid is nowhere near similar. But I don't know. I don't really know how to explain it. I guess what I'm trying to say is that your experience when it comes to a piece of art is fully dictated by you. And if you enjoy something, you should do it the way that you enjoy it. And the thing is, I don't enjoy drawing. Like the meaningless task of drawing little figurines and drawing people and over 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 again, just for the promise that one day you will eventually be good at it, to draw what you actually want to draw. That's the reason why I draw. Because if I don't, then, because some people get a lot of fun out of drawing not great stuff. I don't. If I draw something and it doesn't look good, I'll feel bad about it. And this is something that I've had to come to the realization recently, because this is how my motivation would fluctuate so heavily on why I draw. Because I'm not good at it. You know, I'm a very average or below average person who can draw like a very specific kind of thing. But the idea of being 50 or 40 or 30 or hell even a year later being in the same situation I was a year ago terrifies me. If I'm 20, if I turn 21 or 22 or 23 or whatever, and I'm in the same position that I was last year, then you know that's a year of my life gone. And I can be happy that I got to live another year of my life, and I'm a year older. But realistically, I'm not gonna live forever. We all have very limited time on this planet, and the idea that one day I'm gonna be older, and there's nothing that I can do about getting better. I'm just gonna have, because once you hit an 80 or 90, you just kind of live. You live for the fact of being alive, or like once you get into your 30s or whatever, you're working. You know you got to pay rent and everything like this. This is why I'm doing this when I'm young. I'm not gonna have time when I'm 30 to get good at something. I had my time when I was a kid and I didn't use it. Because nobody told me to. No one tells you when you're a kid, oh, by the way, you know this like unbelievable amount of time that you have, this 40 hours a week where you're not at school. Yeah, just have fun. I didn't have fun. I hated being a kid. I was undiagnosed autistic for a long part of my life until shortly after COVID. And almost every single thing that I enjoyed when I was a kid, I don't enjoy anymore. So I look back at it and I think, wow, what a waste of time. Because if I had spent my time actually learning how to be a better person, then I would be a much better person today. But I didn't do that. And now I need a skill set, or I'm going to be 22 or 23 or whatever fucking age next year is. And I'll be in the same position that I was last year. And I can't do that. I can't wait. I can't wait for the world to, you know, for me to just generally get better. Because there is a thing where you get older, and those tiny life experiences that you had do make a difference, you know. I'm sure, you know, every day I drive, I get 0.2% better at driving. It might not, and eventually that 0.2% will get to a point where, yeah, you know, look, I'm actually a good driver now. But that's not really something for present me to worry about, because it happens naturally. It doesn't happen. It doesn't happen overnight. But the issue with art is it's a skill that I have to put time into, and I have to spend hours upon hours every week getting better at. Because if I don't get better at it, it's not like I can just sit and wait for it to get better. It's an active skill. It's why I find a lot of games so addicting. When I first got into World of Warcraft, for instance, recently, or I guess not first time, but when I recently got back into World of Warcraft and I made my character on, I think it was the Burning Crusade Anniversary servers, I got from like level 1 to 70 in like 2 or 3 weeks. I was playing like 8 hours a day. And the reason why is because you see the number get bigger. You see the number get bigger. You see your stat screen get larger. You see yourself play new items. You see yourself get stronger. Become a better version of yourself over time. And it's very easy to get into a loop of, oh, I'm getting stronger. Oh, I'm getting stronger. And you actively see it. The issue is, in real life, very few things actually give you that sense of progression. Real life isn't a video game. Sorry to break it to you. And if you want to get better at something, you have to be the one that dictates how that works for you. And yeah. It's why, like, art is the one thing that I have actually seen myself get objectively better at it. I've seen myself objectively, like, this is an objectively better drawing for these reasons, or this is something that you used to struggle with, and and I no longer struggle with it, or yeah, and it's the one thing that I've put an actual amount of time into. It's why I don't, let me get my Steam up, but it's why I don't play very many competitive games anymore, because I don't get anything out of it anymore. The game that I've played the absolute most is Apex Legends. I started playing Apex Legends in 2020 when COVID and all that kind of stuff was happening, and I played it every day. Keep in mind I was a kid back at the time. But over time, you have a leveling thing in that you do level up over time, but you don't actually see unless you like try, you don't actually see yourself get objectively better at it. So it's why I don't play those games anymore. It's why I picked up League of Legends in the past and then dropped it almost immediately. Because I'm not particularly good at picking up those kinds of skill sets. It's not it's not something that I spend a lot of my time doing. It's not really something that I value particularly highly. These shapes suck, by the way. And because I don't spend a lot of my time, like, I'm unemployed. I don't make any money apart from like the small amount that my sister pays me whenever I drive her places. So how I spend my time needs to be spent doing the things that I think in the long term will bring me satisfaction. Because I can guarantee you, playing 25 hours of Palworld in 3 days is not going to bring me much happiness when I actively think about it in the future. Obviously, like, oh yeah, I gained a skill, and sure, I mean, I guess I did, but is it a skill set that's actively going to help? Not really. And I'm a kid, man. I haven't experienced the real world, as they call it. And that terrifies me. And the idea of going into the real world without the proper skill set and the... I'm not doing that one, that's just a circle. And I will be older and not understand how to do particular things. Like, I don't do a lot of cooking. Cooking's one of those things that I do actually enjoy. I like baking a decent bit, because I like follow instructions. I find it very hard to mess up baking, because it is following instructions and you do that. You don't particularly need previous knowledge. You don't particularly, it's not particularly a skill. It's a skill of, if you want it to be a skill, it's a skill of memorization, which you don't need to interact with whatsoever. I didn't mean to flip the canvas. You can... There's no right or wrong when it comes to baking. All you have to do is follow a recipe, which to me is not hard. I'm actually quite okay with following instructions. It's why when it came to like things like World of Warcraft, when I used like rested XP, for instance, I could do it for hours on end because it was literally just go here, talk to this person, do this. I hate to break it to you, but that's not particularly difficult. Following instructions isn't particularly difficult. You know what is difficult? 3-4. Doing it yourself, understanding what you need to do yourself is difficult. And that's why I find art difficult, is because I find it hard to do things myself. And I find it hard to come up with my own decisions or to do things my way, you could say. And when it comes down to and that's fine. I'm young. I'm pretty sure a lot of people feel the same way about this that I do. At the very least, I hope they do, because although I hope people didn't have to struggle with this, not feeling alone, feeling like, you know, other people are going through the same thing that I'm going through helps. It helps a decent bit. But yeah, it's why I find it hard to turn my brain off. Or, well, maybe not turn my brain off, but when it comes to like last night, for instance, I wanted to stream really badly. I wanted to stream and play Inscription or just draw or anything, but I physically couldn't. I was telling my body to do it, and I just couldn't do it. Because I guess the idea that, well, what if it goes wrong, or you're happy, you're not doing anything, so why wouldn't you be happy with that? That means that you get to relax. Think about all the other people that never ever get the opportunity to relax. So you should just enjoy it. You should spend this time to feel better for the next day. And the next day came. I didn't feel better because today's today, and I don't feel good today. Today I feel like shit. But what I'm trying to do now is, even when I'm feeling shit, I still force myself to do the things that I don't want to do. And mostly that is drawing. Mostly that is coming up with ideas, or because if I can do it at my worst, think about how good it'll be when I can do it at my best. So I never really understood this 3D model. I guess it's like a twisting brick. But it's kind of weird. I kind of just followed these lines and then draw the outline of it. And bloody hell, I don't know what this is. There will come a day where hopefully I didn't give up. Hopefully there'll come a day when I can look at myself and think, congratulations. You put in the 10,000 hours that you needed to get good at something, and you can confidently say that you are good at it. And the idea that at some point that day may come is kind of the one thing that keeps me alive. Because the natural ordinariness of life isn't really enough for me. It's the exact same reason why I go to the gym. Because if I don't, then how will I ever be happy with where, like, if I'm not happy at the moment, I have to do something to fix it. Because if I don't, then, well, I'm just a loser who sits around and waits and ponders and hopes that one day the world will make itself better for me. And I think a lot about, like, politics and but what about all of this that's happening around the world, and what can I do about it? And truth be told, most people can't do anything. I can't do anything. I'm very privileged. I'm a white man. I have the privilege to be able to spend this time drawing, to learn a very privileged skill set, and I should be happy with that. And the issue is that I'm not happy with it. I still feel like shit. I still feel like this is all just a waste of time, but I've already put this many hours into it, and it's the one thing that I have ever shown to anyone that they have said, well done. They've said, that is a difficult thing that you have done. Congratulations. Because, like I said, I was undiagnosed autistic for my entire childhood. And I'd be put in special classes, and I'd be put in the special rooms and put in the bits with the other kids who they didn't really know what to do with. And, you know, no one ever helped until they were legally obligated to. Because I had that diagnosis, and the only reason why I got that is because I got lucky, because one day I said that I didn't want to go into school, and it was a day where I felt particularly shit. Why did I feel particularly shit? I can't remember. I just couldn't do it anymore. And I said I didn't want to go. And I was still forced in. And I was crying at the door, and they still said, "Mate, if you don't come in today, you're never going to come in again." And I listened to them. I said, "Alright, fair enough. I'll come in." And the day went by, and tomorrow started, and my life felt like it was on a turntable. Next day, and the next, and the next, and the next, and then I was in year 11. I didn't have any lived experiences because while I was going through all of this, my friends at the time would go ahead and, you know, they got to do all the fun things. They got to go on the school trips. They got to spend time with each other. They got to go to the park. What did I do? I got a pass that said that I could leave class 5 minutes early. And you know what that meant? It meant that I never walked with my peers. It meant that I never walked home with any of my friends because I would just walk home by myself. Which, you know, in fairness, I did need. They probably thought that they were doing the right thing. Because I have sensory processing issues with my autism. I can't really deal with particular noises or crowds or textures or anything like that. So things like, you know, a crowded hallway when trying to get to my next class was a big no-no. So that's why I had the bus, and why they let me leave school 5 minutes early, so that I wouldn't have to walk with the other kids all the way back home. Because they were loud, and I wasn't. I was quiet. And even with that, I still spent... I never really spent much of my time revising. I remember my GCSEs coming around, and I don't think I revised for a single one of my exams. The only extra help that I got from for anything was English, and I had a private tutor with thanks to my mum, because she knew someone who was a private tutor. And I barely passed. I think I got like maybe a 4 or a 5 in English. I was a very like 4 and 5 student. I never really... No one ever pushed me to succeed, really. Maybe they did, but I never felt it. The only class that I ever felt like I was pushed to succeed was on computer science. And the tale as old as time, the reason why was because the teacher was nice to me. He smiled at me, and he talked to me about the new Legend of Zelda, and he told me all of these fun things, and I thought, wow, I want to be a coder when I grow up and be just like you. And that's what I did. I went to college to do games, art, and design, because I thought, you know what, I'm going to code for video games. Well, if you look at the title of the stream and the category, this isn't coding. The main reason as to why is because I went to college, and my teacher that was teaching me coding didn't like me very much. Don't know why. He just didn't. I think I went into college with a different mindset. I went in with the idea that, well, everyone's going to be like me, so I should try and be different. And that will make me stand out, and I can make friends. And I think the reason, because I stood out, he didn't like me very much. But with that, we get on to why I draw. The reason why I draw is because, once again, my teacher was nice to me. I was not good at art in college. In fact, I'd say I was pretty overwhelmingly bad. I don't really understand why my lecturer put so much time and effort into specifically me when they were teaching me. Because I always requested like additional help, or like can we have a talk about this, or basically everything. And you know, he would always say yes. He would always spend the time talking to me and helping me understand, and that's great. And I got really in, and for the first year, you know, I treated it the same as secondary school. You know, I got a pass, which, if you didn't know, in the UK, for colleges that are a BTEC, which means that they are graded on your work throughout the year, I think it is, rather than through like an exam or something like that. I got a pass, and a pass is really simple. You basically just have to do the bare minimum to get a pass, which basically means just do the task. It doesn't. You don't have to do it well. You don't have to do it in a particular way. You just have to do it, and that's not difficult at all. And then the second year rolled around, and I realized, oh shit! Once college finishes, what do I do? Because if college comes around, when college finishes, I don't have any more time before I'm an adult. Because I don't see myself as an adult at the moment. I'm 20, but I'm not an adult. That's some bogus. And so I realized, oh, I need to lock in. I need to actually, oh, not even that. It was after the first term. I was starting to think about this kind of stuff, and I put marginally more effort into my end project for that first term, and I got a merit instead of a pass. So it goes pass, merit, distinction. Merits are like, you know, if you put like a decent bit of effort in, you can get a merit. Distinctions are hard. I will hold that, like, distinctions are hard to get for most BTECs. And that rolled around, and it was the first time that I had ever done more than the bare minimum for anything in education. It was the first time that I ever got a pat on the back, and somebody said, because I went up to my teacher and I said, why is this merit? You know, I like looking at other people's stuff. Why is my stuff merit and their stuff isn't? And he just said, because I thought it was good. And that was it. And that was the first time. Well, I guess not really the first time, but it was the first proper time that someone ever said, you know, well done. Hey, Sensan. And it kind of changed the trajectory of everything for me past that point, because I got to the end of college and I really, really, really tried. And I got a distinction. I'm doing not great, Sen. I kind of woke up and I wasn't, you know. Today's just one of those days. How are you doing? And this looks terrible. And I really tried it was the first time in my education where I genuinely put like hours upon hours upon hours of my work into making myself better. I made something that, looking back, wasn't particularly good. It was a bit of a mid drawing, you could say. But the thing is, I did put in the time. I put in hours. I did a lot of writing. I did a lot of revision. And I tried. And since then, I haven't done that because I got that distinction, and then I went to university, and I did the first year, and it wasn't the same. No teacher ever said well done. Nobody ever said. Nobody ever interested me in anything. I still pushed myself to ask questions, but nobody ever pushed me in the same way that I did when I was at college. And the first year kind of went and gone. I didn't get distinction. I got, I think, the equivalent of a 2-1, or like a little bit less than that, which is like, at university it's graded out of 100, and anything above I think it's an 80. No, anything above a 70 is a first, anything above a 60 is a 2-1, and then 50 is a 2-2, and then 40, anything above a 40 is a pass. And in the blink of an eye, a year of my education was gone. And this year was my second year. And, you know, I've put more of an effort in this second year than I did in the first. Was it a lot more? No. I put in, I'd say 2 times as much effort as I did in the first year. And maybe a little bit less than what I did back in college for that distinction. But I tried. And that was about it. I got a 2-1 in the end. I got a 60, like a 67 around that. Or like a 68. I can't remember because it's all added together by the end of it. But I'm now at the end of that. And I'm going into my 3rd year of university. And with that 3rd year, after that 3rd year, I have a choice. I either try and get onto the master's program, which, you know, gives me another year of education, which means that it's another year to grow up. It's another year to spend my time getting better. But it's also another year of university. So it's your choice. And since then, I was talking to my lecturer about this the other day. I'm not where I need to be. There are people who have put in 2, 3, 4 times the amount of effort that I have put in to get better. Because I was talking to him and he was like, yeah, grades don't really matter. You could have a perfect 100, but if you can't draw well, and you can't display your ability to do what you need to do to be in the industry, in any art industry, in fact, why would they hire you? And it really made me think. He said, why are you doing this? He said, why do you want to be in this line of work? And it stumped me. Because I don't actually care much about this. But it is the life path that I've picked for the rest of my life. Why? Will be neat. For yeah, that sounds better than whatever. But I've been thinking about it since then. And the way that I actually think about it is mostly because I think I would be severely depressed if my life ended up being working as a sales assistant their entire life. I would, clock in, do my work, log out, and that was it. Just day in, day out. Because that reminds me of school. That reminds me of primary school and secondary school, where I would go, sit there for 8 hours or however long you go to school for. I think it's like 6 hours. I can't remember. And then you'd leave. And that'd be the end of it. And the idea of doing that for my entire life terrifies me. And how do I... Okay, so how do I make that not happen? Well, you got to put the effort in. You got to put in those hours to get better at art. You have to spend those hours learning the boring essentials so that you don't end up with that life that you severely, severely don't want. So, yeah, I'm scared shitless. I am severely, severely scared. But tomorrow will come. And there's another thing that I was watching a Josh Strife Hayes stream. I think he's playing World of Warcraft, which is a bit ironic, but this is a recent stream. And he said, and he had a chatter, he was asking, hey, I am doing a lot of video editing because I want to get good at streaming. And he said, I really, really hate editing. What should I do? And he said, if you don't like video editing, do it anyway, because it's not about enjoying it. It's about the fact that you have to do it. You know, there's no real way around it. Like, if you want to be a YouTuber, if you want to be a Twitch streamer, it's not always going to be the thing that you enjoy 24/7. And, you know, I relate that back to drawing. I relate that back to the fact that me drawing cannot, under any circumstance, be based on my motivation to get it done. Because if it's based on my motivation to get it done, I just won't do it. I will wake up and do something else. I will go play a video game, or I will just feel depressed for the entire day and nothing happens. So, that's where this week has come in. Because all of this happened in a very similar period of time. It's all been on my mind, which is why I've been streaming a lot this weekend. It's why when I've been drawing, I have probably been streaming while I've been drawing. And it's working. At the very least, I'm spending more time doing it. Do I enjoy it? I enjoy talking to people. Talking to people makes it a lot nicer. Getting those few compliments I got from that raid, or from just regular people joining chat, meant basically the world to me. Now, is this sustainable? Well, I guess we're gonna have to see. We'll do one more model, and then we are going to move on to something else, because I've done a page. It's not a lot. An hour. Not something else as in I'm gonna go play a video game, but something else as in a different drawing. Maybe we'll draw some faces, or just generally something. It's why recently I've been trying to not get as worried about stuff anymore. I have a friend who's a lot older than I am, who has struggled with their mental health for most of their life. And he's very similar to me. And he's very and you know. But one thing that he does is he makes sure not to touch the things that make him depressed, that he can't control. So he doesn't watch the things like the news. He doesn't, touch stuff like that. And I've not been doing that for a couple months now. I've made sure that any social media that I still use, even though I kind of tried to step away from social media, doesn't include like politics, for instance. And it's helped. It's helped a decent bit. This is where like the whole thing where I've been saying like don't sweat the small stuff comes from. It's why like I try not to get upset if, well, not upset. Upset's not the right word, but like not worry about like, oh, there's a red light, I have to wait for the red light. Because there's another thing that my uncle says, which is if you're gonna lose 5 minutes and you're gonna be upset that you've lost 5 minutes, you're allowed to get upset at it, but you have to use that 5 minutes to change the world, or change your world or someone else's world. And if you didn't, why are you upset? It's only 5 minutes. It's not like you were going to use it for anything else. It's for stuff that's like, if someone asks, if you think, oh, I can make someone a cup of tea, it takes 3 minutes out of your day. Doesn't mean anything to you. Could mean something big to someone else. Could be the gift that somebody needed for just in that moment. There's something in my eye. Because when it like the amount of time that we spend each day doing random nosh, for instance, whether that could be social media, whether that could be just watching YouTube, whether that could be watching a series that like you can get enjoyment from it, but in 20, 30, 40, 50 years, is that what you're going to remember? Is what your life is what you're going to remember, that some random TV show that someone else made? Is that what you're going to remember? And you can say, yeah, maybe you really enjoy that kind of stuff. It's like people who really enjoy being critical about stories can get out of it. But, and I used to think like that. I used to watch a lot of like critique analysis stuff because I wasn't making it, but I wanted to feel not intelligent, but some kind of way about that kind of stuff. And I don't do that anymore. I don't care. If I want to go see a movie because I think it looks interesting, I don't care what rating it has or what other people say about it. I just go see it and I give my opinion. And maybe my opinion's wrong. Maybe I can learn from other people's opinions. But, does it matter? No. Corporation still got my money, so. It's why I find, like, any form of animation, like, or acting, if it's bad, then, like, yeah, it's bad. But if it's, like, I'm trying to think of, like, a really good, well-animated movie recently, that I watched, and I thought, this isn't particularly interesting, but the animation is good, so, like, people have put a lot of time into this. Like, the amount of people that have spent hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds of hours learning the skill set just to create this, that you get to view, and in 2 hours. And, it's a tragedy that people will be so unbelievably critical about stuff, and it's so ironic because I'll say that, but then I will give myself the biggest lashing about my own skill set. I should be excited, like, trying to draw like these people. You know what I mean? But here we are. Oh, no, I have a good example. The new Sword Art Online movie that came out for the new game. Not a good movie. It was particularly boring, in fact. I didn't find it particularly interesting. However, the animation in that movie looked really good, even though it was CGI. I don't particularly enjoy CGI. I thought it still looked good, and I enjoyed it for that reason. You know, it's why I like season 2 of Arcane, for instance. Not as good as season 1. You know, story's not as good. I think it was a bit rushed, but the art in that is amazing, and that enough. If someone said like, yeah, it's my favorite thing to exist because they like the art, hell yeah. Why put someone down? This is something that I don't agree with my lecturer. Like I was talking to my lecturer about it, and he said like, oh, don't get inspired by things. Inspiration comes and goes. You're inspired by everything now, everything tomorrow. What you need to do is the thing that you want to do. That you think you can make. And I disagree. If you find something interesting, you can take reference from it and build upon it. I think that this is more reference to like art style, where like 100 people can draw like someone, but only one person can draw as someone. Like people can draw in the style, like for instance, like let's think of like Chainsaw Man, which is a manga that I really enjoy. Hundreds of people can replicate his style, but only Tatsuki Fujimoto can, I think that's his name, can draw like that 100% of the time exactly how he wants to do every new drawing, because every drawing that somebody makes in that style is derivative of something that he's already drawn. Not something new. Because if it's something new, then Tatsuki Fujimoto didn't draw it, so it's not his art style anymore. And you know, I kind of agree with that to a sentiment, but you're allowed to draw upon those things. But that's why I'm trying to like get better at like stuff like this, so I can be more creative to myself. All right, we've done a page. We've been on this for like a while, and it's a nice warm up. But I do need to get on to actually drawing something. So we're gonna draw something from Witch Hat Atelier. We're gonna continue with the style because I really enjoyed it for the previous piece, but we are going to... What are we going to draw? We're going to find a picture. We're going to find a picture. We're going to draw... something. I don't know. We'll find something eventually. That looks cool. I like that a lot, actually. We will save you. Yeah, it doesn't really matter. We'll just save it to my profile. Let's just draw something. It doesn't have to be particularly interesting, but it does need to be something. I think it's got a message. 1 second. Yeah, it's nothing. I need reference for something, but I need to, because I want to draw something, but I want to, you know, this is the whole derivative thing. Because for a long time, I couldn't draw anything that I was happy with because it was a poor replication of someone else's work. And now I'm trying to move away from that. I'm trying to draw something that is just my own idea. Like, I saw a pic pose, I saw a reference of the wing arm idea, and I thought, yeah, let's just go with that. Maybe it'll look cool. And that was my idea. My window isn't fully closed, and I can hear the people working outside, so I'm just going to very quickly go close that. Um, I really like these eyes. All of these eyes look really pretty. Okay. Let's have an idea in mind. We're gonna draw a woman with long hair. And they're gonna be a bit older. They're gonna be like in their 20s, 25, 30s maybe. And I kind of want to do something similar to like this, maybe something like this. Actually, this is a really cool piece of art. Is this from Witch Hat Atelier? That's pretty cool. I've definitely seen like some insane spoilers on Pinterest that I just don't understand what it's about yet for this manga. Which is probably my own fault from looking at it, but you know. I'll continue reading it soon. Probably today, actually. I'll probably read some more later. I've not got anything going on today, so today is probably just gonna be chill. Alright, we're just gonna draw something, and we're gonna go from there. So that'll be the mouth, and then we'll put the nose there, and eyes here. How do they draw? Like, I always struggle with this. We're gonna bring everything down. Oops. Alright, you know what? Let's just do this properly, okay? Ba dum bum bum. This looks so unbelievably soulless. Jesus Christ. hate that's even a button on this stupid thing. I really like how they've done like this kind of thing. Maybe I should draw more with the G pen, because that's the kind of style that I'm going for, rather than... I guess this is easier to draw like stuff on top of each other with. Alright, so what am I doing wrong? Let's look at this. I think what I can do is I can make the eyes further apart. I feel like I'm making the eyes too far. There we go. So that lines up with the chin now. A bit more. I'm gonna try and draw with the I need to drink some water actually. I'm really dehydrated. No, I won't. Give me that back. Right, let's come up with a pose. to attach this head to. We'll draw like a table. Actually, let's do a new layer for this. Keep it in the same perspective as the head. And then maybe we'll make them drinking like a cup of tea or something. I'm gonna want the table pretty far down. Yeah, okay, we'll make we'll make like a witch character. We're gonna make her sitting on by a table. And then we're gonna have a witch drinking a cup of tea. Maybe she's like leaning forward a little bit. And her arms like this. Whatever. It doesn't need to look good, this is just the sketch. And then I'm going to want the teacup to kind of look at it, be held from like this perspective. So you can see into the teacup, and then there it is. I'm making the eraser bigger, this file is fucking massive. And then we're going to make this look a bit more loose. So we're going to make it like that. And we're going to grab the head that we've drawn so far. We're going to make sure that the spine is like... So the spine's going to be like here if the arm is there. So we're just going to get rid of these. Wrong layer. So that means the shoulder would be like here. But that also means that if the head was like, oh, I've done this on the wrong layer. How much have I done that on that layer? It's a decent bit actually. Let's just copy paste that. Get rid of it on that layer. There we go, that's fine. Let's look at some references for people drinking tea. I don't really want to draw anything like that. That's not really what I'm looking for. Like, I want it to be like she's greeting with the cup of tea, like good morning, that kind of thing. Like, leaning forward. Maybe she's like leaning on one thing like that. Nah, that would be a bit weird. Maybe we could do like a perspective thing. So this arm like goes down into here, but then it comes up and it's like a greeting hand. So it'd be like up here. Let me do this as a new layer actually. And it would end like that. So kind of like that sort of thing. So she's like got her. So it's her left hand. So she's greeting with her left hand. So that means that the thumb would be on this side. I am gonna grab that actually. I like this reference. This is a good reference. That's funny. And then it's kind of like I'm trying to figure out what I want this to look like, but it's gonna be like and greeting. Like she's got her hand out like this kind of thing. Kind of like a hand out for like a handshake, but yeah, like that. Yeah, this is the kind of thing that I'm looking for. So we'll use something like that. One would be like that, and then I want the opacity to be high because I can't see anything that I'm fucking drawing. It's also like just up the pen size. It's like this. And then a thumbs up like here, and then her arm is like kind of coming down like here, and then and then it interlays with the arm coming down. Maybe if I made like the rest of the file bigger, and then so grab that. I think that's like, this is what I want it to look like. But I don't think that this is gonna, it's like, again, this is a sketch, so just remember that for myself. So of course it's not gonna look, it's gonna change while I'm drawing it. And the issue is that I'm going to be looking at the perspective of these and then looking at the perspective of this, so the perspective needs to be consistent. So what we're going to do, I'm going to grab the head and I'm going to shift the head around. So your head, is the head in the right place? I mean, it kind of is. But it'll be more like that into the shoulder, and we can raise the shoulder up a bit more. All of this is what's going to require reference, but you know. And then we are going to make like she's gesturing to another chair. However, I think that's going to have to be a lot more like that. This is all still, it doesn't fucking matter. It's the It's the first draft, like. I kind of want to get the Witch Hat Atelier like backgrounds. And see how they kind of draw that kind of stuff, but you know, I could also just do it like more circular like this, and then the shoulder comes down and leans their elbow on the table with a cup of tea, and then again, it's a first draft, so all that we have to do is get the idea on the page. I'm gonna grab the thing here, which is the page of Witch Hat Atelier that I'm currently on. And without looking at spoilers, I want to look at how they draw a lot of these backgrounds. They don't actually draw many backgrounds. They draw like pretty much just the characters for a lot of it. Maybe shifting it like that might be a good idea, because it gives it a bit more room to breathe. Let me look at that reference that I had previously. This one. Alright, well the hand is a work in progress. I know that the hand is like very wrong in like 4 different ways of how it looks, but I'm also not really the biggest fan of how the table looks, so we are either going to extend the image or... You know what, yeah, let's extend the image. What aspect ratio should I go for? Maybe like 16:9? And then also try drawing like a background. So 16 by 9 is like a little bit more than half on each side. So we're going to go for... do I want it to be 16 by 9? Yeah. Okay, so... well, I can also just make it that. I can make it 16k pixels by... oh, wait, no, that would just be... oh, that'd be smaller than the current canvas that I've currently got, right? Because if we're halving it, then that would be 8k by 4.5k. Not 6k. So... we could do that, actually. Because if I do that, then the height goes down, and then I have to shift the drawing downwards, but it makes it wider. So that would be in service of the table in the background. So yeah, we'll do that. We're going to change the height down to 4.5. That did just cut off the head though, so I'm gonna shrink all of this a little bit. Yeah, I'm gonna shrink this, and then I'm going to change the canvas to this be 4.5, so the perspective is a bit better. And then we're going to change the brush to be a bit smaller to accommodate that. Gonna also gonna move the head a little bit. I'm gonna move this further forward. I'm gonna twist it a bit more. Maybe what I'll do is I'll have the arm, like the elbow, kind of get covered up by the table. And then... so I'm going to delete this. I'm going to get rid of that. So we're kind of looking at it down, like at a downwards... perspective. Just realised the hand got clipped, but it's fine. And then the hand's going to be pretty far away, so we can make that a bit smaller. But what I can also do is I can make it so that this is a bit more angled. Basically, all this is on different layers now. Okay, this is the basic idea. We're gonna go from here with the sketch. So we're gonna get rid of. We're gonna put all this into a folder. and we're just gonna put the opacity super low, and we are gonna go pretty far in and get a really small pencil. Put that to like 8, maybe even like 6, and then I'm gonna do a new layer. So this is the sketch. The opacity is gonna be pretty low. Put the opacity to like 70-ish. I need more water. I'm still really thirsty. I want them to look happy, so we're gonna make the eyes a bit more like squinty. We're also looking at them downwards. Let's see, even. I'm gonna make it look like this, and then. Not really the expression that I'm looking for. Something wrong here. We're gonna make the eraser smaller because I forgot to do that earlier. I'm not a big fan of this eye. We're gonna redo this eye. I don't actually know if this is a good reference or not, but Alright, we're gonna make the chin go up to like there. We're gonna go to here, and we're gonna go to a different chapter that I've already read. We're gonna go to like, I don't know, chapter 8. Oh, hey, Vilo. Yeah, I'm loving Witch Hat. I'm currently on chapter 12. I am I'm currently looking at it for reference. I'm trying to figure out this, but I hate the way these eyes are looking, to be honest. I'm currently drawing. Thank you again for advising it. It's a great manga. I think I'm on chapter 12. So I've already read all this, but I'm kind of looking back at it for reference. How's your day going? I hate how this looks. Got to see Cat, so it's an immediate 11 out of 10. Great. I love cats. I'm very fortunate to have one myself. I don't know where he is, though. I think he's downstairs. I hate how this looks so much. I think I'm just gonna restart on this eye. Maybe it's the mouth. I don't actually know. Or maybe I just need a thicker pen. I don't know, man. Like, I'm finding it really hard to draw a lot of this kind of stuff. Let's just copy paste and we'll restart. You know, let's restart with both these eyes. I don't like either of them. I can't remember which chapter it was, but there's a female character who's like actually an adult in one of these chapters. It's not this one. Might be like chapter 4. I can't honestly remember. This one. There we go. There she is. This character. That's kind of what I want. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna switch from drawing on that, and I'm gonna try and draw with this G pen. Rather than drawing with like a pencil. Because at the very least with the pencil I can like build up with it, but I feel like because of that I can't draw something that I'm like, oh yeah, that looks good. I don't know if that makes much sense, but whereas if I draw something like this, at the very least I'll have like an idea of how it will look in the end. Actually, you know what? I also want to look at how they draw, like, the anatomy. Because it's kind... Actually, they draw it in, like, a pretty simplistic way. They just kind of go... Actually, let's just delete fucking everything. Let's just restart for this layer. They make it a lot more squished than I'm used to. Let's put the stabilization on. Actually, the stabilization only really gets on when... Oh, sorry, the... I don't know why I keep making... Whenever I draw female characters, I draw them quite masculine, so the face is always, like, quite long. Like, I need to learn to make their heads not so fucking big. Look, I'm just gonna pull this down, I think. Because they literally go like that, and then that, and then like the ear is like here. Because it's very similar, like... Oh, fuck, this looks like shit, doesn't it? It does. Oh my fucking god, I hate this so much. Alright, what we're gonna do is we're gonna go back to this. And we're restarting with this eye. Alright, we're gonna put the opacity back to 100, and then we're gonna change this to like fucking 5. Alright, almost 1 PM. Now I can take a break. Yeah, they were looking there. I think. Jesus Christ, I did not look at. That looks weird as hell. Alright, there we go. Sometimes just you gotta throw yourself at a brick wall and then eventually it'll work out. They are looking better though. So we will. I'm gonna shift this eye a bit more to the right, like that. Yeah, that looks a bit better. And then we're gonna do the eyes. Actually, not the eyes. The hair. And for that, we're gonna find some reference. I'm kind of just taking like a bunch of reference from Witch Hat Atelier because I just really like it. I really like the art style a lot. But to do that, and I need to figure out how they draw specific things. Where it's like, are they... One of these eyes is taller than the other, so I need to fix that. And then, okay, let's see. Let's try and figure out what I want the hair to look like. It looks a bit odd that one of them is done with one type of pen and the other one isn't, but it doesn't really matter. Okay, let's look at this reference actually. Let's look at this image specifically. I wish actually, can I zoom in? No, this website doesn't let you do that. Can I zoom in on this? No. Like, one thing that I've always struggled with is, like, the height, Try opening image in new tab, maybe? That might work. That might actually work. Oh, wait, I picked the wrong page. Okay. There we go. Like, the size of the eyes, and the distance from the eyes to the nose has always been something that I've struggled with when it comes to drawing women. Like with men, I feel like it's okay because you can make it a bit longer and it doesn't look the end of the world. But I feel like when you're drawing women, it kind of matters a lot more. I know what I've done wrong. I need to... It's the chin, mostly, I think. So I'm gonna grab... That did not work how I wanted it to work. I'm gonna grab that. And then I'm going to put that like that. But then we're gonna grab you. I wish I could learn to use the lasso tool properly. There we go. We're going to twist it to be more angled so that the chin is more like defined, if that makes any sense. Like if I now go back, that looks quite funky, so we're going to do that. But you can also see with the reference is that it kind of like this is angled quite hard. So we're gonna get rid of that and then like it's very obvious now where the chin starts and stops. Yeah, like I draw, like look at how thick this looked. Yeah, back at that. And then, whoops, wrong thing. Okay, don't press the same button twice. There we go. Like, angle it a lot more. So it's a lot more narrower and more defined than it looked a minute ago. Like, if I look at, like, fucking this, I don't... Oh my god, that actually looks horrible. I'm just going to delete that layer because I'm never going to use it. Yeah, massive difference. So... what I'm also going to do is I'm going to make this eye not as long. So that there's a bit more... There's like a tiny bit more space between where this... So if I think that the ear is going to go here... Cool. I think that's starting to look a lot better. That's what it looked like originally, so... It's angled a bit more, but that's fine. And then we're gonna look at the ear. So the ear goes down like there. But their eyes are like really circular when they draw a lot of the characters' eyes. They like they also take up like a lot less space. I feel like. I'm not trying to draw this image one for one, but I'm just trying to, you know, take as much away from it as possible. Now, do I need to make this part lower? To match, or to like make it look better, I guess. So we're gonna look at it like this, and then yeah. So I feel like this eye just has to be turned a little bit. Yeah, that looks weird. I think I remember seeing a thing that it's like it's, if you think of it like this, I think I'm fucking with it too hard now. Yeah, just leave it like that. Yeah, I'm fucking with it too hard. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, they are actually, you're right. Do you mean like they're too big? Do you think? Or do you think they're too small? For the... Oh, you mean in reference to itself, I assume. Alright, we can always come back and change this, but I think I'm going to leave this now as it is. But I am debating, do I need to move the nose more to the left? Yeah, I'll move that a tiny bit to the left. And we're going to move you a bit further down to the left as well. The other thing that I've noticed is when they change from the side of the face to the just beyond here, like but I've got it all the way up here, so I'm gonna grab that, I'm gonna grab you, and we're just gonna pull you down. Actually, no, we're gonna leave you like that, and then we're gonna go to free transform. But I think that just looks like objectively worse, so... Is it because she's looking down, like, kind of? She's, like, looking down and then forward? I think that might be it. Wrong pen. Yeah, surely. But it's also narrower. Like, it goes from... It goes like that. Like, see, like, even... This is like that, I feel like. Let's free transform this, actually, rather than... Alright, I'm going insane. I've been on this for like half an hour, so I'm gonna go to the hair now. I'm not gonna use the same reference. We're gonna go for... I want something that's like witchy, so... Man, I still feel this like this is really weird. Is it because the eyes are like too high up, maybe? Look, if I grabbed that and then I'm fucking with it too much. I need to stop fucking with it too much. I feel like this eye should be more angled upwards. When in doubt, flip it. Yeah. What I'm going to do is I'm going to grab this and I'm going to take it a bit further to the right. But also something that I've just realised is that the chin still looks like really masked in my opinion. So maybe I'm just gonna like make it a bit more gradual like that. But now that looks like it's too fucking short between these 2 points. Ah, my Jesus Christ. You can try sharpening the bottom of the bottom chin part. Do you mean like... I don't really know what you mean by sharpening. I guess the chin on these ones starts where like the eyes like stop, if that makes any sense. Like if I was to do a line down here, I guess it needs to be more in the perspective, but it would be like there, wouldn't it? And then this one would also be like, so that looks fine. Maybe that's okay. In my opinion, it looks fine now. Okay. I'm still worried about the distance with the eyes and stuff, but I think that might just be because of the... No, because even in this one, it looks... That's the wrong thing. Even in this one, like the distance with the eyes to the nose looks really short, whereas I feel like I draw it quite high up. I feel like I'm going insane. But if I were to just grab Actually, wait. Maybe I should just grab that and then... Yeah, that looks kind of better in my opinion. Quick look at hair refs. Alright, yeah, we're switching to hair. We're switching to hair. I've said that 4 times. Because we've been on the eyes for way too long now. I like the idea of doing some hair like that, where it's like wavy, goes downwards. That's quite nice. I'm just going to very quickly shift the nose because I know that's wrong. Just going to move that to the right a bit. The head is fucking massive on the reference as well, so I need to keep that in mind. Maybe I'll just like do it here. And then it's like, okay, well this is probably how big it's gonna be. Mega mind. I don't know why I drew that, the head that big. We'll go with something like that. And then we are going to... I just realized what that comment was on the Pinterest post, so maybe I'll take that off. Right, let's make that to like 8 pixels, and then let's actually look at references, because I'm not at the moment. I'm just looking at random things that I can't actually take anything from. Where was the other reference I was looking at? I want to do something like this. I want to add some kind of like witchy thing to her hair. So I'm gonna Google something like that I can add to it. I quite like the idea of something like this, but I would want it to be in the front, which is a bit more difficult to do. Yeah, all of this is just like buns in the back of your hair, which sadly I can't really put into in this perspective. I guess we could put it in as like a kind of clip, I guess. No, I don't really think that's gonna work how I want it to work. Why are they all as buns in the back of the hair? What is this? There really isn't like many hair accessories for the front of the hair, is there? Oh, that looks pretty nice actually. But that's more like the side, so maybe we could do something like that. Kind of want to do. I don't actually like how that looks. I don't like how that looks either. This is looking pretty nice, actually. I quite like the look of this. I think I might need to bring this bit down, though, is the only thing. Which is just the front. There we go. Because we're looking at it from like a downwards angle. Now I want to find... I kind of want to do like a casual wear. Like I know in the manga when they're at the house, they don't really have they don't really wear like their main outfit. They wear like chill clothing. Let's go to chapter 6. Nope. Chapter 7. Nope. I forgot that they fought this dragon for like 4 chapters. There we go. Something like this. Of Kofuru. So I think I definitely want to do like one of these big things. I like that a lot. Oh, I haven't sent another message. Well, time does truly fly when you're having fun, because it's 1:15. I said that at 1 o'clock I was going to go get some food and take a break. So I'm going to go downstairs and grab some food. I'll be back in like 5 minutes. I'll be back on stream. And then I'm going to continue with this drawing. So BRB. I should probably write that on the stream. There we go. BRB. All right. Be right back. All right, I'm back. Um, I have some food next to me. I'm gonna turn off my camera while I eat, but you know I'm here, so I'm gonna change this BRB to eating. Um, I've got some leftover chicken from last night. You know, I'm gonna read some of chapter 12. Alright. I finished my chicken. That was pretty tasty. But I didn't really want to show eating it on camera. Are you still here, Velo? Alright. I'll put my glove back on. Let's continue with this. How many pages are in this chapter, actually? There's 30. Oh, there's 31. That's actually a lot more than I thought it'd be. I'm just gonna put a new one. Look at the reference I was using earlier. I'm gonna make the thing just a bit brighter, just because I can't really see it. Yeah, at least she knows. Goodness me. pull this shoulder in a little bit, just because it's a bit too far out, I think. Now I need to find a reference for the hand that isn't just this. So like an actual person rather than a drawing. What fucking hand is this? Is it what I'm thinking? Or is it the right... Is that the right hand or the left hand? Oh, no, it's the wrong one. Okay, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna save this image. I'm gonna bring it into here. Whoops. We're gonna grab that and then we're gonna flip it. There we go. And we're just gonna delete this layer. You know what, let's just try drawing this, and then we can try and place it in the drawing. I know it's not good to use drawings as reference, but you know what, I don't care for this one. What the fuck? Hey, Conceivable. How are you? It's so early. What time is it for you, man? I'm going back to bed. How was your day yesterday, Conceivable? Was it, did it go alright? Dude, my hand's like greasy from eating lunch. And I can't hold my pen correctly. Pretty good. Didn't do much except get blood work done. But what do you mean by blood work? Get blood work done? Oh, I'm glad your day went well. Yeah, they stole my blood from me. How dare they? Fair enough then. You've seemed to have had an eventful day. That was a terrible joke, Vito. That was a terrible joke. But I'll let it slide. Just this once. Um, this looks like shit because I've literally just copied another person's drawing, but yeah, it doesn't matter. Let's grab it all. It's getting really hot in my room because I closed my window because of the people working outside, so I'm just going to put my fan on. This looks like ass. This looks terrible. This is what I get for not using like a real reference. This looks like shit. This looks like utter shit. Oh well, let's just bring it upwards so I can make it more of the centerpiece. Oh, you mother... God damn it. There are so many things wrong with this drawing. Let's just do it again. Let's just find a different reference. Alright, you know, I can't be fucked with this. Let's just move on to something else for now. Just to imagine it wasn't there. There was a specific layer for it, wasn't it? It was layer 3, yeah. So what we're gonna do is we're just gonna... I know when I'm beat. Oh, my back. There we go. Fuck it, we're just gonna use this. We're gonna use this reference. Sorry, I keep getting messaged. Whoops. Alright, got a bit more of a sketch going. Let's find a cool chair design. Something like that could be cool. Yeah, let's use this as reference. Who's this you're drawing? It's no one really. I mean, I've been reading a lot of Witch Hat Atelier, which is a manga about like witches, really. So I thought, I'll draw some kind of witch character. Having a spot of tea. I don't know why I decided for them to be drinking tea, but I wanted to do a scene, so I did. So rather than just doing like, just something like this, which we did the other day, it'd be something that's like actually like a moment. But this is no one's specific. Just kind of coming up with ideas and going along with them. Thank you. I'm glad you like it. We're still quite early on it, so stuff isn't like decided just yet on but we're getting the basic idea out. I want to get as much done as possible by the end of today. I kind of want to get like I want to like finalize the drawing, like what I want it to look like before the end of today, and then tomorrow will probably be about getting like the line art and the rendering done. I'm gonna pull that a bit closer to the character. So gonna just up the eraser because it's being annoying. There we go. Blech. I might change this hair to be like this bit because like this is a bit of a jumble, so I'm gonna have to go back and redraw it. But I quite like it a lot more than just the spiky like 4 lines. It's a bit more original. I'm quite liking how this this chair is going. Um, really messed up my finger. I've hurt it like my pinky, so every time that I like push onto the page, it really hurts. I've got to go back to drawing soon. Need to start making prints. Yeah. I feel like consistency is just like what I've struggled with art the most, because like I've driven off motivation for like a long time when it comes to drawing, and it fluctuates. I need money limit. Yeah, that's fair. I'm nowhere near able to do prints, so, but hopefully one day. It sounds like a fun thing. Maybe go to like a convention and sell it. Gotta start getting my catalog together. Yeah. Have you done prints for a long time, or is this like the first time that you're thinking of doing it? Not yet. Oh, okay. Well, I wish you the best in your endeavors. Hope it goes well. I do online orders, stickers, but I've decided that I need money and will try to get stock of prints, buttons, keychains, etc. Yeah. I feel like if you do that kind of stuff, you probably make quite a bit more, because when you go to like a convention, like people are there to spend money. It's hard for me to keep a normal job, so I do what I can. Yeah, man, I'm unemployed, so I haven't had a job since I was 17, which was back in college. But I kind of just I'm at uni, so it doesn't matter too much just yet. But I hope it all works out for you, conceivable. I had a job, but I was forced to quit because my health deteriorated so badly. Twitch is the thing keeping money coming in, but only when people end up donating, which is rare. Yeah. It's hard on Twitch because it's like I never think that I'm gonna make money off this. I do this for motivation and fun. But when it comes to making money on it, I feel like, because even if you have like a good month, like the consistency of it is so hard to find. But you know, especially with like the kind of times that we're in, where it's entertainment is taken for granted by a lot of people. And but even then, like people who like very rarely do people have like the expendable income to spend on things like Twitch. With, you know, like I'm privy to that as well. Like I've probably got quite a few things that I've spent a lot of my time on and stuff that I enjoy a lot, but actually like giving money towards it is not something that I've managed to do very much. The consistency is awful, and really only a few of my chatters keep me afloat at this point. Shout out to them. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. It's good that you have a couple people that you can rely on, which is good. I'm so unbelievably skint at the moment. My sister owes me a lot of money, but and I don't get my student finance until like September or August, I think. I can't. No, not August. It might be August, actually. I can't... I'll have to check. I'll check my student finance later on. I'm not liking this table design at all. I'm going to restart. I don't think I'm going to do a design for the table. I think I'm just going to leave it as is. Yeah, it doesn't need to have like an overly difficult design. It just has to... I'm starting uni this year. Oh, sick. What are you studying? Oh, game design. Hell yeah. You're doing the same as me then. Well, I'm doing games art. I don't know if you're doing games art, but I hope it goes well, man. Are you looking forward to it? Is this your first uni course that you've started, or? Alright, what do I need to do now? Let's do the other chair. It's the same degree, just a different track, but yeah, I'll be focusing on the art side. Cool. Cool. I'm excited, but also, like, not at the same time. Yeah, I get that same kind of dread when the next year of uni starts, or like gets close to starting, because it's exciting, but it's also like unbelievably scary because you start like getting your lectures, and then it's like everything starts to sink in on like the amount of time that you're going to be spending on stuff. But you know, so I find it quite motivating. It makes me like want to get stuff done. Sorry, my sister's just sent me a message. Okay. Oh, my sister needs me on Thursday, so that's a bit of money that I can make. Which will be good for me, because I am absolutely broke. I love Deltarune. The music in Deltarune is amazing. It's so recognizable as well. More messages. Whoops, wrong thing. That's a 20-second. Alright. I'll talk to my sister later about driving her. This Megalovania Lofi. No, it's Big Shot. Alright, well. I'm a LARPer, man. Fandoms I like, I guess. I feel like that's the best way to do it. Like, if you just make like 20 of the same badges of like the same game or like same franchise, it might be easier. Because if you can attract one person to your stall, because like for instance, if someone likes Zelda or whatever, if you have like 20 Zelda pins, it's easier to spot that one to get them closer, and then they can pick the one that they like the most. But I'm not actually a big fair goer. I don't actually have many. The only thing that I've like bought from a fair was, let me get this out. This is my display cabinet. It's like a Sylveon in a Pokeball. You can't really see it because the lighting's a bit terrible, but and they're in like their little thing. It's very cool. That's the only thing that I bought at like a fair. Actually, no, I tell a lie. I've also bought I don't know if you can see it. There's a Majora's Mask there, which I bought at a fair, which was custom made. They put that back. That Pokeball, I always feel like it's gonna fall over, but it's actually made really well, so it stays still. I am a Pokemon fan. I love Pokemon. I've also got my binder down here of cards. You got audience participation in the stream. I've got. This is like my main page of like of my cool stuff. I think that's like most of it. I can't really like show it off the best, but those are my expensive ones. They get the first page. I think the most rare card I got is Cynthia's Garchomp from Distant Rivals, because my sister pulled it. I just buy whatever cards I like, so I put on my wall. I'm a gambler. Like I will walk into a card shop, be like, oh, I'm not gonna buy anything, and then I'll walk out of an ETB that I definitely can't afford. But I should really buy singles. I guess if you want to appeal to what's popular, whatever anime is at the moment, yeah. We're doing only what's popular as a way to end up with stock no one wants in a year or two. Yeah. Yeah. Especially if you do like meme stuff. Like if you do stuff that's popular in the moment, it might become an issue. Yeah, no fun, so lasting fandoms, especially ones I'm interested in to make connections with customers, are the best bet. Yeah. Also, just like if you go in cosplay, I feel like you just have to make yourself like as big and as loud as possible. Yeah, like Also just getting the funds to produce all of it is like is a massive problem. So I don't think people really go to the fandoms, to cons to like find one particular artist. I feel like if you like an artist, you'll enough that you want to buy their art specifically, you'll just buy it online. But it's hours of art I'm not getting paid for, so I kind of need it to sell. Yeah, like if you spend hours on like a piece and then you turn it into picture, and then you turn it into stuff that you can sell at a con, and then no one buys it. Well, you've put in the hours to make the thing, and then you've also put in all that effort to even just get it there. It can be a massive headache. I should really buy more art. Like as an artist, I should really support more artists. I'm trying to look around my room now if there's anything cool that I should really show, because I'm only showing like literally my door, so. But I don't really want to switch my camera around because my room's a fucking mess. Or else that work, the money for contingents, cost for booth materials, cost for manufacture, all be gone. Yeah, I've heard horror stories of people who like rarely ever like even go even. Which is the main issue. I feel like a lot of people do it for fun. And then they try and make it into making a profit. Because trying to make a profit straight off, like as an artist for anything, is already really difficult. I should really get back to this drawing. I don't know what to do next. I could go in and I could do a second pass on like the hair and stuff. I like the chair. The chair can stay how it is. The desk, the table's gonna probably get made in like in the rendering stage. So let's redo the hair bit that I don't really like. Let's just get rid of like all of this. I'm going to a con in 2 weeks, and I shouldn't be because I'm spending my money on tickets to make a whole new cosplay. Like with that money, I mean, like, if you're gonna have fun, and you've already spent the money, then like, you know, have fun, have as much fun as you possibly can. That's my opinion on most stuff. Like, the value of money is different for different people. And I've spent like the amount, like I bought Inscription for like £6.50. And I got like 8 hours of genuine fun streaming that game. And then like 2 days beforehand, I spent 50 quid on like a Pokemon ETB. And it's like, yeah, man, like money's not real. Spend it in the way that you think you'll have the most amount of fun. But, you know, hindsight's 20/20, as they say. You can always look at yourself in the past and think, wow, what a silly decision that was. But in the moment, probably seemed like a good idea. I'm using my graduation money for dress up in conventions. It's not smart, but I don't give a fuck. Man, I used my money on 3 different card games that I don't play anymore. And also gachas. I spent like a decent amount of my student finance on like Zenless, so... I mean, if you're making memories, yeah. Like, the issue for me is that I didn't use that money to make memories. I used it on dumb shit that my child brain thought was a good idea at the time. No, not the gacha games. Man, I wish I could get all the money back that I spent on gacha games. And also my time. Let me... Nope, that's the wrong thing. Can I not show that? There we go. Everyone's young. Like, everyone spends money in places that they probably shouldn't have. But, you know, like, I have 150 hours in Zenless. Genshin is way worse. I think, yeah, I have 1,000 hours in Genshin. I don't know if you can see that. Wait, let me bring it over here. Yeah, I have 1,000 hours in Genshin Impact. So, yeah, 1,000 hours. Like, I played that game literally every day. I played every update. I played, like, every major thing. And one day, I realized that, it's not going anywhere. It wasn't the game that I wanted it to be. Also, I apparently have 500 hours in Honkai Star Rail. I don't know how I did that. I don't think that's right. Not really. Like, sometimes I'll log on and I'll do, like, my monthly pulls and stuff, but most of the time... I think it's because I think the reason why Honkai Star Rail says 500 hours is because I have it to open up when I turn on my PC and I just never turned it off. Like, yeah, these games were, like, big for me. Like, I spent a lot of time in them. And for that, it warranted the amount of money that I was spending on it at the time. But once again, hindsight's 2020. The amount of money that I've put into my Genshin account, the amount of money that I put into all of these accounts. But for the time, I had fun in those games. Like, sure, like I'm probably if I was as old as I am now and I got back into Genshin and I got into Genshin Impact for the first time, I probably wouldn't spend that much money. But I got in at like the perfect time for me to want to play it. So it is what it is. I probably spent like, yeah, like the way that I warranted it in my head for a lot of these games was like, the game felt good when you spent the bare minimum amount of money. Like if you bought the monthly subscription and you bought the battle pass, it felt like you never really had to worry if you played the game every day and you bought those two things. And I thought that's fine. I'll pay for that because I'm playing this game basically every day because I enjoyed playing it every day to log in and do my dailies. But then it got to the point where it was like, oh, there's a top-up bonus or there's an event or something, and then you spend 150 quid in like 2 minutes. I don't even like Honkai Star Rail. I don't like the story. I don't like the gameplay. I don't like anything about it. But my friends liked it, so I spent too much time and money on it. The only game I actually enjoy is Zenless, which I do actually log in every like once in a while, but not like consistently. Anyway, ZZ is cool, but I'm used to Genshin and my friends play it. Yeah, like that's another thing is that I never really got into the multiplayer for those games. And Genshin's one of those things where it's like I'm not a big story guy. I enjoy story to an extent, but when it comes down to what I purely enjoy, I enjoyed the characters. I enjoyed like the meta and like playing with them. And the issue is that with Genshin is that if Genshin added a skip button, I'd probably get back into it. But yeah, at some point the game size just inflates with live service. That's what happened to Destiny, where it was like it just got too big, so they just got rid of old content, which will eventually happen to Genshin. But I do commend you for not spending any money on those games because it's so easy to. It's so easy to be like, oh, I'll just buy like a Welkin or whatever the monthly pass is in any of the games. That's the one thing that I'd be like, if somebody said they're free to play and they bought a Welkin, I'd be like, yeah, you're basically still free to play. Like £5 is like whatever. All right, I'm gonna fix... What do I need to fix? Yeah, soon. That is exactly what happened. Okay, so horror story. The reason why I got into Genshin Impact was because when I got my first job, I was working at CEX, which is like a electronics secondhand place. And a girl worked there who was the same age as me. I think we were both 16 or we were both 17. And she loved Genshin Impact. She loved it a lot. And she said, you should play it. You should play it with me. And I said, okay. And we played it, and I got really into it, and it was this was back, I think Child was having a rerun just before Nouvellette came out, and I really liked Child. So I got my first paycheck, and for reference, I was getting paid like £5.28 an hour or something, so I was getting like 40 quid a week, so it was like nothing. And then I basically burnt my entire first paycheck on kitchen. And yeah, and then the girl quit 3 months later, and I also quit like 4 months later. Not Genshin, like the job, and then I just kept playing Genshin because I was like, sunk cost fallacy and all that, and also like I had fun at the time, but if I had never met her, then I probably never would have gotten into gacha games. I don't really even play them because I just don't have the money for it anymore. Also, I have better ways to spend my time. At the very least, if I like read or if I play other games, I feel like I'm getting more out of it. But the stories in those games are still good. I enjoy those games. I basically sat on this drawing for ages. All right, let me save this. Which T art. I'm gonna save this. And then with this, I'm going to put this all into a folder. And I'm going to go to you, and we're going to go to you, and we are going to... We are going to make a new folder, and we're going to start doing some, like... We're going to be doing this differently. We're going to do some line art, but we're also going to, like, draw everything again. But yeah, I got into gacha games because of a girl. So... Let's do this. Oh, not that. This is where I'm at currently. Me too, though. Yeah. Tale as old as time. As what they show. Do you watch any other anime other than Witch Hat Atelier? At the moment, I still need to finish season 2 of Frieren. I still need to. I'm watching ReZero with my brother. But reading, I read Berserk when the new chapters come out. I read. That's basically it. Read Berserk when it comes out. I read Witch Hat Atelier right now. Watch Frieren when I want to. And ReZero when my brother's available. But if you have any advice on what to watch, I will definitely look into it. Because the only reason why I started reading Witch Hat was because Vito put me onto it. And I thoroughly enjoy it. Do you watch any anime, Zeeble? I'm currently watching Toilet Bound Hanako-kun with a friend. Need to start Frieren and Apothecary Diaries. I've heard about Apothecary Diaries. I have no idea what that first one is that you said, but Toilet Bound Hanako-kun. I'll give that a Google. Never heard of that before. Hopefully it's safe for me to search on stream. Oh, I've heard of this. I don't know why it's called Toilet Bound. I don't... It was popular in like 2020. I recognize this character. I don't know why, but I recognize this guy. Yeah, I've seen this character before. I don't really recognize. I swear his voice actor was Eren Yeager, I think, right? I think that's where I know him from. He's a ghost boy in a toilet. Terrible name from anime though. How do you recommend that title to people? His video is Deku. Oh, okay, no, I got it mixed up. Yeah, Deku from My Hero Academia. I need to. I don't really understand the concept of Apothecary Diaries, because like, is it literally just she knows how to she knows how to like make potions? Is that like the whole anime? I have an autograph from him. He's quite nice. Hell yeah. It's good to... I've only ever met one person that I genuinely looked up to, which was Tom Scar. I've never actually met any like proper voice actors. if I ever met a voice actor, I'd want to meet the voice actor for Eren and like Kirito and all that kind of stuff. She's versed in poisons and helps solve palace drama. Great question. No, I don't think. My friends watched it and non-stop recommended it to me, so I have to binge it before she watches the new season. Fair enough. Fair enough. Why has your message been put by smart detection? I've met Steve Blum and I got a picture of him for free because I gave him some stickers I made. I don't know why that's been blocked. Seems to just be automod being stupid. That looks fucking strange. I'm gonna... you know what? Let's just get rid of the iris. I feel like it's not really working out. How do they... Does that look how I want it to look? No, not whatsoever. Yo, chat, help me out here. Why does it look so bad? Why does it look so bad? Fuck it, let's just restart. Get rid of that. Is there any way to make a character look happy without just adding, like, these weird little things on the bottom? I'm not really a big fan of them. Yeah, like that. Eyebrows can make him look happier. That's a good point, actually. Make them go a little bit higher, I suppose. Like that. Maybe like a few lines. Like that would help a lot. Yeah, that helps actually a lot. Okay. Now, we are going to go on to doing some hair. However... Yeah. Okay, just received a commission artwork. Hell yeah, Vito. I'm happy for you, man. I didn't know you took commissions. Or maybe you mentioned it, but I'm sorry. What kind of thing have they asked for, if you're allowed to talk around about it? Oh, you mean you commissioned the artwork and they just sent it to you? Ah. I thought you meant like someone commissioned you. Sorry, my mistake. Hell yeah, man. I'm glad for you. I'm happy for you. I don't think I've actually ever commissioned a piece of artwork. You like that song I just played? Do you want the name of it? Oh, the things come off. Sorry. I can go back for it. Tell you what the song is. The Tetris. The Tetris song. I'll leave it there for you. It's in the bottom right corner if you wanna grab it for Spotify. It's got like the artist and stuff. No problem, man. I'll let it play out, just because it's like 2 minutes. So you can listen to it again if you'd like. I'm gonna skip this one just because I don't really understand why people like Pig Step. There we go. Not my favorite song. How do the how does this artist draw like breasts? Is something that I'm interested in looking at. Not in like a weird way, but like wrong chapter. It's chapter 9. I can't remember which chapter it was where man, I genuinely can't remember the chapter. 8, I guess. I don't know. God damn it. Let's just go back to here. They don't really do anything special, I don't think. No. This looks like shit. I've either been looking at it for too long or I don't like it. Does that look better? I think it's the hair. I just don't like how the hair looks very much. This looks fine, but the top bit looks like shit. So I'm gonna change all that. We're just gonna delete all this, I think. Up to here. Let's just delete that. Off to bed. Thanks for the chill. Nice seeing you, Vito. I hope you sleep well. I will hopefully see you see you soon. And yeah, thanks for chilling, man. I'll see you soon. I think I'm giving up on this drawing. I just don't like the direction it's taking. It looks really... Yeah, I've messed up on the anatomy a lot. It's 3:32. We are... What do I want to do? I don't really want to give up on this drawing. This looks like shit. This looks so unbelievably bad. And it's almost certainly because of the anatomy. Because I went into it with like... I don't like it very much. It looks like shit, man. Look at it. It looks terrible. The anatomy's all over the place. Actually, if I bring the shoulders down, it might help it a lot. On this side. Let's try that. It, like, the hair's too big and it doesn't really mean anything, and the arm looks like really odd. I like the chair though, but I feel like if I was to... Like, if I was to go through the effort of fixing this, it'd take bloody ages. Actually, let's just try... That's the wrong 2 layers. Yeah, like the anatomy's off. And if I was to go through the effort of fixing it, it would I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave it as it is. Or... Actually, it might just be the breasts that make it look a bit weird. Let me try... Let's grab that. And I'm going to shift it. Alright, I'm believing myself. I'll try and fix this as much as I can. This hair I just don't like whatsoever, so I think I just have to restart on it. Like the top bit specifically is what I'm referring to, but so let's just get rid of that. And then we're going to shift this over there. Okay, in fairness, that did just save, like, most of this drawing for me, just doing that. Oh. We still streaming? My entire screen just went black and, like... Okay, I think we're okay. Next is this breast. I genuinely hate how this looks, so I'm just gonna get rid of it. And then turn this back on. Nope, not that. This. Oh my god, my butt hurts. I'm sat for too long. Bum, 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 bum. What the hell? There we go. Alright, I'm gonna leave for a while. My mum and I are going out. Nice. Alright, I hope you have a nice time conceivable. You've been here for at least a couple hours, so I appreciate that. Everything goes well. You've got I hope all your art stuff goes well. If I don't see you for a while, hope you have a nice time with your mum. Thank you again for joining stream. Yeah. Have a great rest of your day, man. It was nice seeing you. I'm gonna try and get this drawing to a place where I'm comfortable with it, but I have no idea if I'm gonna be able to. So yeah, man. Have a nice day. Bow, 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 ba-da, ba-da, bow. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Um. Da. I want to stream for another 10 minutes to get to the 6-hour mark, and then I think I'm gonna leave it there for today. All right. I don't think that I am particularly interested in adding more to this drawing by the end of today. Mostly because I just can't be bothered. I'm not particularly happy with where it got to. I think let me save this as well, actually. Sketches 01. Oh, I didn't save. Okay, well. One second. 0108. 1 second, guys. Alright, I'm back. Alright, we're gonna get to the 6 hour mark. Because I want to say that I streamed for 6 hours. But we are done with this drawing for today. That's empty. So perfect timing, really. I'm gonna put my tablet oh man, my back. Ugh. This is why I get to sink down all day. Right, so what did we get done today? We got the shapes done and we got the beginning to this done. I'm not a big fan of this, to be honest. I don't think it's particularly that interesting of a drawing. I think over time, I think it's one of those drawings that I'm just gonna have to keep going back to and like adding to, because I don't actually think that what I've drawn is particularly good or interesting. I think it's like a decent base, but you know, in comparison to this, which I drew like the other day, it's not nearly as good. This was like, actually, this is probably like my nicest drawing. I'm actually quite happy with how it turned out. But I don't think I'm ever drawing in the same way that I used to draw this, because I don't particularly like how the face turned out. I don't particularly like how the hands or I don't like how anything turned out. So I think what I'm just gonna have to do is not use the G pen anymore, because the G pen is what I used on this drawing for like a lot of the art bits. But the actual line art was just using the brush that I typically use. Actually, that's not true. I mean, most of it was using that brush for like this effect. But due to the fact of the massive canvas size, it doesn't matter. So decent stream. I think this stream today started off. I was probably not in the greatest mood when I started today's stream. I wasn't feeling great. I feel better now because I've spent today drawing at the very least. But how much did I spend? I spent an hour on this. So I've spent, like, according to Clip Studio Paint, I've spent like 5 hours drawing today. Which, you know, that's an hour more than I typically use, but it does mean that like 58 minutes. Or like about an hour of yeah, 4 hours and 22 minutes. It's like half an hour about that I didn't really spend doing anything. Which is crazy to me. Because I can't believe this shit took me 4.5 hours to draw, because it doesn't look particularly good. I think it's mostly because I didn't use a reference for the pose, so that might have had a decent bit of a reason as to why it didn't turn out how I wanted it to turn out. Maybe I'll come back to it, but I really doubt it. I feel like tomorrow I'm just gonna move on to something else. I guess it kind of depends. I quite like how this chair was looking. Honestly, if I pull the shoulders down, that probably will help it quite a lot. Let me try doing that. Grab that. Grab that. And then we're going to grab you. Wrong layer. Apply transformation, no. Oh, I know we're on the right layer. Okay. Well. That actually does help a lot, I think. So maybe for now I'll leave it like this. Actually, let's... Alright, you know, we just hit the 6 hour mark. It doesn't matter. Anyway, thank you everyone for joining stream. I'll see you all tomorrow, probably. Because I'm going to probably stream again tomorrow. See ya. Have a good day. Sleep well. Make sure to drink your water. Bye.